Attention in the barn, exhibitors, just a friendly reminder, please bring your Texas bred certificates as you enter the ring. Your Texas bred certificates must be with you and your animal as you enter the show ring. Thank you. Attention in the barn. This is your first call for Class 2 Durocs to the show ring. First call for Class 2 Durocs to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Rodeo Austin, today's judge is Kendall Reisenstein. Kendall grew up in Kersey, Colorado on a 250 head cattle operation. She showed cattle, pigs, and horses while growing up. She has also competed on 2 national champion teams at Redlands Community College, then continued her education at Oklahoma State University, where they were named the reserve national champion team. She has been fortunate enough to be named an All-American at both. After her undergrad, she was the assistant coach at OSU for 2 national champion teams and completed a Master's of Science degree. Kendall just completed being the livestock judging coach and coordinator at Colorado State University, where she coached 2 teams. Currently, Kendall and her family continue to raise cattle and pigs for the youth exhibitors across the U.S. Rodeo Austin, let's give a warm welcome to Kendall Reisenstein for judging our Barra show. Class 2 Durocs. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs. Second call to the show ring, please. Class 2 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, third and final call to the show ring. Cannon Coates, Level N FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring. Cannon Coates, Level N FFA.
Well, Well, good morning. A great way to get started, and been looking forward to come to the Rodeo Austin here for quite some time. And I know this is you guys' last hurrah of the spring, and I don't know how you guys do it for the last few months, but hats off. We're going to finish just as strong as you started. In this first class of Durocs, I think there's a lot of quality, and there's 4 or 5 maybe that came out of the chutes that grabbed my attention. And I know our top pair may be a little different in terms of type and kind. I still think both of them real nice. This one that leads off, when he first came out of the gate, I love this thing's skull, its shape, and his density from his blade all the way out through his hip. Of the top trio, he's the biggest chested, he's the biggest armed, and the biggest in terms of the middle part of his body shape, his heart back into his rear rib and flank. Maybe just a little outside of himself if you get right in behind him in terms of his stifle, but he's still got a real big, useful hind leg in him, and from the side still balances in terms of height of shoulder all the way out to his tail. That's a stout barrow here to lead us off in first class of Duroc. So 1 and 2, maybe just a little fresher perhaps on the top side of his neck. I like this one's look from the profile, just elevation, extension. He's got a good shape down the top side of his skeleton, out of the back of his blade. I didn't read him to be just quite as dense everywhere and just burly and opened up, coming right at you or going right away from you. That one gives you a really neat look from the profile about his head, his skull, his extension from that point forward. The one that comes out in 3, initially, if you catch this one on the profile, you're all in because he's neat about his head, the angle to his shoulder and his blade, real good in terms of his skeleton and his reaching ability off of either end. He's maybe just a little longer bodied, and it throws me off just a little, but coming at you is, to me, where he just needs to be opened up. He needs to be strengthened up on his front pastern. That's a very highly presented barrow that gives you a neat look ahead of his shoulder, still real fresh in terms of his back, skin, and hair. Front 2/3 of this barrow I like a good deal. He's big-chested, stout-skulled, big in terms of his arm. I like the shape and just the aggression out of the back of his shoulder into his midrib, back into his loin. It's from his loin back is where he just needs to be a little square, needs to be a little longer hipped and allow him to balance and drive with a little more authority out of his rear skeleton. Very stout and powerful. That comes next. This young lady's done a great job with him. Real good up high, very expressive in terms of his shape out of his shoulder, his loin, and from out of his hip as well. With that extra power, we got to smoothen him up just in terms of his proportions, his balance from the profile. Again, young lady has done a great job. We knocked these next few out. A good barrow here that's good in terms of his center body. Just needs to be freshened up high. Again, I talked with these kids, some things we'd like to change, but a great way to get us started off here at Rodeo Austin. Let's congratulate those kids.
Your results from Class 1 Durocs: in first place, Hannah Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. In second place, Seth Wilcox, Nolan County 4-H. Third place, Weston Herber, Fredericksburg FFA. Fourth place, Hensley Hohertz of Early FFA. Fifth place, Addison Stevens of Burnett FFA. Sixth place, Macy Powell of Jordanton FFA. Seventh place, Jeremiah Ivory, Briscoe County 4-H. Eighth place, John Cross Utley of Knox City FFA. Ninth place, Cash Edgar, Albany FFA. And 10th place, Creed Spencer, Albany FFA. Exhibitors, just a reminder, placings 1 through 3 must get a picture at the photo booth. Exhibitors with a placing 1st through 3rd must get a picture at the photo booth for the sale. Class 3 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, first call to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 3 Durocs. Second call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs. Second call to the show ring, please. Class 3 Durocs. This is your third and final call. Class 3 Durocs to the show ring. Third and final call.
Another good class here, and I'll be honest, maybe just a little bit harder to piece together. And to me, our class leader does so fairly handily. If you watch him come at you, that's a big-chested barrow that's stout in terms of his mug. He's good in his shape up high. And I guess in this particular drive, he's the freshest. He's the freshest in his back shape. He's the best out of his hip design. And his body shape, to me, is just the best in terms of his heart, his center body. From the side, he maybe has a little crest, maybe just a little awkward in terms of his hip design at times, but he still proportions good in terms of height of shoulder, strength of pastern, and reaching ability. That's a good barrow there to lead us off. The one here in two, he worked his way up, and that thing has got a skeleton that could go on for days. He's good in the angle to his shoulder and his blade. He's good out of his hip design. He's not as maxed out in terms of his back or his freshness as our class leader, but I'll be honest, when you get on top of him, he still has more than the ones that precede him. He's good in terms of his shape and his density out of his blade, his body texture. He's hairy, he's dense, he's stout, just doesn't have the extras as our class leader. The one that comes out in here in three from the side might be my favorite, just in terms of elevation, his skull shape, his just dimension out through his tail root, and from the profile really allows him to proportion good. He's got some shape up high. To me, his disadvantage is when you get right in behind him. Although he's big in terms of his upper hip and his stifle, he doesn't utilize it to the surface. He wants to close up to his cage, wants to close up from hock to surface. Young man's done a nice job, though. That one gives you an awful good look from the profile. The one that comes next is burly and stout, and he's probably the biggest in terms of substance of bone and feature and ankle size and toe spread as any of them, and still got a neat head ahead of his shoulder. He needs to go better for me. He just needs to reach and hinge and get off and go off of his hip and his hind leg. That thing is stout. He's dense. He's hairy. Love his extra feature. Just wish he had a better gear about him as the drive wore on. This one that comes out next, initially, I love his chest width. I love his shape, his dimension. I like him from the profile in terms of body shape and stoutness of arm, stoutness of feature. I wish he carried that up high. Of the initial five, he's the plainest in terms of his edges, up high into his loin and out of his hip. That one's got some monster legs, monster feet, hair and density certainly in his favor. We roll these next few out again as they talk through these kids, and kept maybe just a few more extra because I thought they certainly deserved it. They just run into some issues in terms of freshness. Certainly done a nice job, though. These kids, let's give them a big round of applause as we work through this next class.
Your results from Class 2 Durocs. In first place, Leighton Canales of Odom FFA. Second place, Grayson Hightower, Center FFA. Third place, Jake Schley, Fayette County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Berger Farms of Giddings. Fourth place, Jacob Swatsell of Erath County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Circle B Show Pigs. Fourth place, Jacob Swatsell, Fifth place, Jackson Powell, Jordanton FFA, bred by Powell Livestock. Sixth place, Luke Gresham of Whiteface FFA. Animal was bred by Phillips Show Pigs of Roscoe. In seventh place, Isabel Perkins, Frost FFA, bred by Road and Sons of Fredericksburg FFA. 8th place, Cash McCamey of Hawkins FFA. Animal is bred by Sky Moore of Brownfield. 9th place, Kinley Scott, Midland County 4-H, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. 10th place, Colton Hurst, Idaloo FFA, animal bred by Phillips Show Pigs. Class 4 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, first call to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, second call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, third and final call to the show ring, please.
Another really good class of Durocs. And our leader here, if you watch him come right at you, this thing is opened up and stout from any angle, really. He's stout-skulled, he's big-chested, he's big-armed. I guess to me, of the top pair, his comfort level is what leads him off. He's not only stronger in his front foot placement, he's better in terms of the length out of his hip and his reaching ability. He may be just a little long-bodied for some. To me, he still balances in proportions plenty good from the side. Get on top of this one. Of the initial trio, I read him to be the densest and the bulkiest right behind his blade into the texture of his body, his forerib, his forearm, everything matches into his upper hip and down into his stifle, and he's still stouter at the surface in terms of his feature, his ankle size, and his toe spread. That's a nice barrow here to lead us off. The 1 and 2 is unique, and he is the most unique of this particular drive about his head shape. He's good up front. He's still big-chested. He's still fresh-backed. I like the use of his hip and his hind leg and the way he draws his hog past his tail. He's just not comfortable enough for me up front. We need to raise him up in his front pastern, and to me, he's not as stout in terms of his jaw, and it reflects into his body shape. He's just a little closed up down into the base of his body wall, his forerib back into his flank. He gives you a neat look, though, in terms of just skeleton out of his hip and his hind leg, still fresh, really driven nicely. The one out here in 3, from the side, you can catch a good view of this particular barrow. Height to shoulder, good down his top line, height to length ratio, everything in this barrow fits. Of the top 3, he's just the plainest in terms of his muscle shape. Got to freshen him up high. I still read him a practical kind of a barrow here to work his way up in this particular class. Front 2/3 of this barrow coming out. Initially, I thought might be our class winner because he's stout, really good in terms of his chest, knee to the surface. He's good in his shape up high. He's short-backed. Everything matches, but when you get to his loin, we got to fix him from that point back. Just square him up in this particular view from the upper part of his hip, hock to ground. Front 2/3, though, young lady, you got a really nice barrow there to be in 4. The one coming out next, again, just a basic good market hog. I like this one, skeleton. To me, he's the most useful in terms of his hip and his hind leg and just his strength up front. He's still got some shape of the top end here. He just gets a little staler in terms of his body shape, staler in terms of his loin edge. Really like him from the profile in terms of his usefulness. We work out these next few. A good, dense, big-bodied barrow that comes next. It just needs to be fresher. Again, I talk to these kids as we work them through. Really a good class here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause on all their hard work.
Your results from Class 3 Durocs. First place, Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA. Second place, Kennedy Haney, Ford County 4-H. Third place, Lawson Canales, Sinton FFA. Their animal was bred by LC Genetics. Fourth place, Bailey Noble, Randall County 4-H. Animal was bred by Rodeo and Sons. Fifth place, Lily Logan, Klein Oak FFA, bred by Francowiak Show Pigs. 6th place, Carter Putman, Navarro County 4-H. Their animal was bred by IDK Genetics. 7th place, Case and Bice, Randall County 4-H. Animal was bred by Rodeo and Sons. 8th place, Fisher Waldrip, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Animal was bred by Clay Farms. 9th place, Sawyer Ownby, Hill County 4-H. Animals bred by Shuffler Show Pigs. In 10th place, McKinley Corley, Hawley FFA. Animals bred by JT and Kelly Nairn. Jackson Huey, Samuel Clemens FFA. We need your animal to the show ring, please. Jackson Huey, Samuel Clemens FFA. Please bring your animal to the show ring. Attention in the barn. If you are an exhibitor worth a 1st or 2nd and your animal comes back for breed champion, there will be a way back. 1st and 2nd placings coming back for breed champion, there will be waybacks. At this time, if we can have our first and second placing of Durocs return to the show ring. First and second place Durocs up from class 1, 2, and 3, please return to the show ring. This is your first call. As a reminder, there will be waybacks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second placings, the Durocs. Please make your way. This is your second call. First and second from class 1, 2, and 3, Durocs. Please make your way to the show ring. This is your second call. Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA, if you would please go to the show office. Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA, please meet at the show office as soon as possible. Class 5, Dark OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 5, Dark OPBs, first call to the show ring, please.
really a good class here to close out the Durocs. And I'll be honest, these top pair, complete opposites in terms of type and kind. And yet I like what they bring to the table. I guess the longer they drive, and for those that have maybe known me or watched shows I've judged, I love skeletons. And that is where this barrow has a distinct advantage, in my opinion. If you watch them come right at you, if you step off to the side and you get in behind him, this one is just square everywhere. He's square in his chest, knee to surface. He's a longer hip barrow, and that allows him to drive and plant more authoritative off of his hip and hind leg. More importantly, this guy's bulky. He's dense in behind his blade. I like his head shape just a notch better than the one that's going to be in 2. Now, he does get a little off in his top line, and he maybe is just a little too long body to allow him to proportion perfectly from the profile. To me, it's not causing a huge issue. I think he's good in terms of his build. He's still fresh in terms of his back shape. He's got a big hip working in him when you step in behind him. The one here in 2, I like his short, boxy build just a notch better. His just density of hair and body shape in behind his blade, his foreribs awesome, his mid-body back into his flank. He by no means is slacking in terms of muscle either. He's big in terms of his upper hip. The longer I drive him here, he's a little shorter out of his hip, and consequently doesn't want to just get out and go quite as comfortably, a little straighter in terms of the angle to his blade and his front knee. Young lady, you've done a nice job with that barrow, though. Real bulky, real dense, real stout from any angle. The one here in 3, knee presence, and honestly, from his loin forward, I like him as good as any. His head, his skull, just his shape out of his blade and his freshness of back and body shape, skin and hair is on point. It's when you get to his loin and out of his hip, he's just a little awkward in terms of the way he takes to the surface here. Young man has done a great job with that particular barrow, real fresh in terms of his back and his skin and hair. Good barrow here, and honestly, this one is a little better out of his hip up high in terms of length. He's a little stouter than the barrow we just discussed, out of the back of his shoulder all the way into his edges to his hip. Like his head and his skull, little too round out of his hip though, and consequently, as you could see, not as comfortable in terms of his rear stride or his rear step. Again, really good driven barrow that's got a lot of just sheer muscle. Real dense barrow that comes out next, like his back, like his body shape, little off in terms of his loin and his rear step there, but certainly like his body, especially down low in terms of width, the chest, and skeletal build. We roll these next few out. A good barrow from the profile here that just needs to be a little fresher up high. Really a good class, and again, talk to these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause as we roll into this champion Duroc drive.
At this time, we'll have our breed drive for the Durocs from Class 1, Hannah Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. From Class 2, Leighton Canales, Odom FFA. From Class 3, Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA. And from Class 4, Dylan Wunderlich, Canyon Lake FFA. Class 5, Dark OPB, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 5, Dark OPB, second call to the show ring.
Well, a tremendous way here to start us off on day one. And for class winners, congratulations to all you kids because you've worked hard to get to this point and respective seconds as well. I think all four of these barrows are certainly come forward in their class due to freshness and just skeleton and yet putting on some of the extras. To me, it comes real close between a pair of them because I think there's a pair of them that maybe match up in terms of body shape and density and power and being short-backed and yet proportional and long out of their hip from the profile. To me, our champion, if you watch him come right at you, he's more intimidating in terms of his chest floor. He's a little stouter in terms of his arm and his front foot placement. Maybe not perfect in an area, and perhaps the other one pushing him corrects him in that area. But I think our champion has a notch more bone, a notch more stoutness. Love this thing's head. Class 1's champion. Congratulations.
Your champion Duroc, Class 1, Hannah Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Now entering the ring, second place, Class 1, Seth Wilcox, Nolan County 4-H.
We dropped that second in and certainly fits into the mix just in terms of back shape and freshness and still good from the side. Like I said, there was one that pushed our champion hard because I think this one's got neat pieces. He's neat ahead of his shoulder in terms of extension. He's probably as opened up high in terms of out of the back of his blade and his upper hip as any of them we had in the drive. For what he has up high, he maybe lacked just a little bit of bone down low and maybe didn't come at me quite as good as our champion. Still a very good barrel. Young man right here is driving reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Duroc comes from Class 2, Leighton Canales, Odom FFA. Class 5, Dark OPB. This is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 5, Dark OPB. Third and final call to the show ring. Lawson Canales, Sinton FFA. You have a pig in the photo booth. It needs to be moved. Lawson Canales, Sinton FFA. Please move your pig from the photo booth area. Your results from Class 4 Durocs, first place, Dylan Wunderlich, Canyon Lake FFA. Second place, Brady Braxley Brazina, San Patricio County 4-H. Third place, Cameron Hamrick, Quanah 4-H. Animal was bred by Francis Farms. Fourth place, Lane Canales, Sinton FFA. Animal was bred by LC Genetics. Fifth place, Hollis Albrock, Potter County 4-H, bred by Clay Farms. Sixth place, Slayton Parsons of Albany FFA, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. Seventh place, Clayton Adamitz, Atascosa County 4-H, bred by Powell Livestock. Eighth place, Adelie Birkenfeld, Nazareth FFA, bred by Sky Moore. Ninth place, Brayson Birkenfeld, Nazareth FFA, bred by Harkey Farms. And 10th place, Kinsley Sorrells, Snyder FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Class 6, Dark OPB, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 6, Dark OPB, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 6, dark OPBs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 6, dark OPBs, second call to the show ring. Class 6, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 6, dark OPB, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, a good way to start this. And obviously we got some different breeds and some different flavors out here, so maybe takes just a minute to kind of piece together. However, our class leader, you could change him in one area and stouten his chest, that knee to surface just a little. Aside from that, I love this thing's skull and his head and his presence. This particular drive, he's the best in his skeleton, still real fresh out of the back of his blade. I like his body shape and how he's good in his forerib and yet good in his his flank and still fresh in his body wall. His hip and his hind leg read real long term and can drive all day long. Like I said, he's not as big chested as the one here in 2, maybe not quite as tall at the point of his shoulder. I love that thing's pieces, and still real fresh in terms of skin and hair, back shape, and hip design. The one in 2, not a whole lot wrong with this particular barrow in terms of the basics. He's big in terms of his chest and his forearm and his shape. Beautiful back laid into him, real stout in his upper hip all the way to the ground. You know, for as much as he has up high, we could stouten him up in terms of his bone work and his ankle size and just freshen him up just a little at the top side of his neck and the base of his jaw. Again, I'm being critical. That thing's busted open, really fresh up high. The one that comes out in 3, again, if you watch this one drive right under you, he's beautiful in terms of the shape out of his blade into his loin edge. His edges are just real fresh from anywhere you study him. He's hairy, he's dense, he's got a big hind leg. Compared to those 2 that precede him, a little off in terms of his top line, not as comfortable, and just a little rounder in terms of his shoulder. The young lady does a nice job at keeping him together and keeping him driving. The Burke that comes out next, huge in terms of his back shape. He's square in his edges, real big out of the back of his shoulder into his upper hip. Again, for as big as he is up high, we could maybe freshen him down low in his lower cage, stouten him up in terms of his bone work and square him up from hock to ground. Up high, there is a lot of product, a lot of shape, and just density in that particular barrel. Good barrel here that comes out next. It honestly worked his way up because I like his height to shoulder. I like him down his top line all the way into his tail. His upper hip is real stout. At times he gets a little off in terms of his loin. But to me, he wants to push out of his front end, not as fresh at the top of his neck. That one, if you step off, though, shoulder back, has got a lot of neat pieces and a useful and big hip and hind leg. Real neat barrel that comes next. It's real hairy and stout and dense. Got a good shape up high, but when you break him down, he's just too stale in terms of the base of his shape, body shape from forerib back out through his lower hip. Another really good class here to start off this new breed division. Let's congratulate all these kids on all their hard work.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
In second place, Aubrey Meyer, Falls County 4-H. In third place, Mallory Majors, Magnolia FFA, bred by Cole Farms. Fourth place, Mabry Lewis, McLennan County 4-H, bred by Shuffler Show Pigs. In fifth place, Brianna Walton, Sweetwater FFA, bred by Creed Livestock. Sixth place, Marley Burks, Brock FFA, bred by C-Bar Livestock. Seventh place, London Bowman, Davenport FFA, bred by MT Hart Livestock. Eighth place, Colt Austin, Robinson FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Ninth place, Inslee Land, Comal County 4-H, bred by Empty Heart Livestock. 10th place, Riley Clinard, Thorndale FFA, bred by HF Genetics. Class 7, Dark OPB. First call to the show ring. Class 7, Dark OPB. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 7, second call to the show ring. Class 7, Dark OPB, second call to the show ring. Class 7, third and final call to the show ring. Class 7, Dark OPB, third and final call to the show ring, please.
Very, very good class. And one of those, when they come through the SIF, kind of makes you wake up and realize there's going to be some quality. And I honestly think we're 6, 7, maybe even 8 deep in this particular class. And I know I drove them just a little bit longer, and maybe they're getting just a little tight. This one that leads off hit me hard in the back, and he still does so out here. He's intimidating and just awesome driving right at you. His head, his skull, how it ties into the base of his shoulder. He's real fresh backed, and yet he's short and proportional from the side. The critics can say he needs to be a little bit longer out of his hip, and I would agree. I think it'd allow him to maybe just step a little bit more effortlessly out of his rear skeleton. Other than that, though, he's still mobile enough. I love his freshness, love his body shape, love his skull and his chest and how square he is from the tip of his nose all the way out. This one that comes into really a neat barrow just in terms of his width of chest. I like this one from the profile. His height, the shoulder matches out through his tail. He's the biggest in his upper hip in this particular drive, and this view right here is impressive in terms of how stout he is in terms of bone work and just substance from the ground up. Now, he's getting a little tight on us. I wish he would just get out and drive just a little bit more comfortably. He needs to be a little fresher at the crest of his neck as well. That's a good pair, though, to discuss. The 1 and 3, skeleton could drive for days. The angle to his shoulder, the set to his knee, the set to his hip and his hind leg as he drives off of a good rear foot setting. He's real fresh in terms of his back. If you step up off of him, he just doesn't balance in proportion. A little longer bodied, a little awkward in terms of his top line, and ahead of his shoulder, not quite as fresh. That young man does a really good job of driving that barrel. Love his skeleton. A good barrel that comes next that's actually just a little fresher up high than the barrel we just discussed. His loin edge is impressively stout, real good in the rear view as well. An upper hip placement down into his lower stifle. At the same breath, though, we got to pick him up in his front pastern, stouten his bone work up to match what he has up high as he's just a little off in terms of balance. Love that one's freshness. Love his extra power, especially going right away from you. A good barrel that comes out next from his hip forward, I like a lot of things about him. His body texture, his bulk, his density, his hair. It's the rear view as he gets just a little plainer in terms of the stifle, a little plainer in terms of his upper hip as well. A good barrel, again, that comes out next, and this one is the different one of this particular setting. Hairy, dense, and stout. Love his tail. Actually, when you get on top of him, though, I wish he just had more to him in terms of fresh muscle shape. That one's got some awfully intriguing pieces, though. As we work on down through this particular class, again, just a little few things, maybe a little off in terms of proportion, certainly have some muscle shape. Again, a great, great class, an interesting top end to work through. Let's go ahead and congratulate all them kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
Your results from Class 7 Dark OPB. First place, Cooper Flynn, Moody FFA. Second place, Brendel Harper, Lamb County 4-H. Third place, Luke Bonert, Kendall County 4-H, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Ireland Klaus, Joaquin FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, John Paul Naranjo, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Sixth place, Reagan Bragg, Stephenville FFA, bred by Canacey Show Pigs. Seventh place, Wyatt Newman, Friendswood FFA, bred by Shuffler Show Pigs. Eighth place, Tucker Stork, Hamilton FFA, bred by All Star Show Pigs. Ninth place, Canton Overstreet, Tahoka FFA, bred by Baloo Farms. 10th place, Ansel Hodges, De Leon FFA, by Heritage Show Pigs. Attention in the barn. Exhibitors, we will not be taking a lunch break. We will be showing through lunch. I repeat, we will not be taking a lunch break today. Exhibitors, this is just a reminder. You can only have water on your animals as they enter the show ring or inside the barn. Water only, no other substances. Class 9, Dark OPBs, first call to the show ring. Class 9, Dark OPBs, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 9, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 9, second call to the show ring. Class 9, this is your third and final call. Class 9, Dark OPB, third and final call to the show ring.
Another good class, and honestly, just a little more challenging maybe to find some logic if you want to give up on an area or two, but nothing to take away from the quality. This is still a very, very good class. And you know, our class leader, I hate the word complete, but to me, that's what he hits me. He hits me good in terms of his muscle shape. He's still fresh up high. He's good about his body density. He's not the stoutest boned or the biggest chested. We could maybe change him there, but aside from that, that's still a good-bodied, athletic barrow that's good in the shape out of the back of his shoulder into his loin edge and into a really stout and powerful hip. I read him to be a longer hip barrow that's square in his upper rump all the way to the surface than the one here in 2. The one here in 2, he is bigger coming at you, and he's shorter backed, and he's got some out there pieces in terms of just shape and just true squareness of edges up high. I like his proportionality from the profile. You get in behind that barrow, a little shorter out of his hip, doesn't want to hit the surface quite as comfortably or square or genuine in terms of his base width going right away from you. That's still a good barrow in terms of length of back, stoutness, and squareness up high. The one that comes out next, very fresh, skin and hair, fresh in terms of his back, impressive coming right at you in terms of chest width and stoutness of arms, stoutness of skull, a little longer bodied, but to me he gets a little off in terms of his loin and doesn't, to me, balance or proportion quite as good in terms of his lower body line, but that's a very fresh back barrow up top and still real stout and square going away. Beautiful skin and hair on that particular barrow. A good stout-headed, wide-chested, just stout-made barrow that comes next. It's got a huge hip and hind leg, probably the biggest of this particular class. He hit me plainer and staler, not only about his skin, but just his shape up high and coming at you at the top of his neck, but still a good hip and hind leg barrow that's very stout at the surface. Expressive, stout, and powerful barrow in terms of chest width, stoutness of skull, shape up high and going away, a little too jammed up, a little more compact from the profile. We roll these next few out. Again, a very good class, just some differences to work through. I thought all these particular barrows have plenty of shape, plenty of dimension and power. Maybe just give up in an area or two from the side or in motion. A good class here. Congratulations to these kids.
Your results from Class 8. First place, McKinley Moore, Cottle County 4-H. Second place, Kaylee Ender, Stanford FFA. Third place, Briar Floyd, Stephenville FFA, bred by HF Genetics. Fourth place, Brindley Magby, Sudan FFA, bred by Foot Farms. Fifth place, Hudson Heisey, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by West Texas Genetics. Sixth place, Shelby Pemple, Comel County 4-H, bred by Burger Farms. Seventh place, Isabella Slauson, Thrall FFA, bred by Burger Farms. Eighth place, Jet Raymakers, Nazareth FFA, bred by Jet Raymakers. Ninth place, Briley Barons, Lee County 4-H, bred by Burger Farms. 10th place, Kylie Kaiser, Elgin FFA, bred by Bishop Show Pigs. At this time, can we have our first and second Darko PB placings, first and second from 5 through 8 classes? Oh, Darko PB, make your way to the show ring. First call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. First and seconds, Darko PBs, class 5 through 8. Second call to the show ring. First and second, Darko PBs in classes 5 through 8. Second call to the show ring.
good class here to round us out in this particular breed, and a good class winner to me that wins fairly handily. Coming at you, big-chested, stout arms, stout skulled. He's got plenty of muscle to burn up high, impressive out of his hip. And for me, what really solidifies his win is for how stout and opened up that thing is. He's still got a skeleton that could go on for days. He's still proportional. Good barrel there to lead us off. The one here in 2 is real fresh in terms of his back shape. Skin and hair's on point. You know, he's got some center body spread, working out of in terms of forerib, mid body. Out of his hip design to me is where I'd like to fix him and just lengthen him up, pull him up in terms of his tail, and just allow him to reach compared to our leader here. That thing's big chested and real good when you get right on top of him and just study his fresh back shape. The one that comes out here in 3, the Berkshire, just a good basic kind of a market hog. He's got muscle up high. He's got plenty of power out of his hip, and his hip and hind leg work good for how stout he is. With that extra muscle, a little plainer at the top of his neck, I read him to maybe be just a little staler as he reaches these higher weights here, but still like his extra power. A good spot barrel here that's awesome bodied. I love his forerib texture all the way out into his upper loin and his upper hip. He balances really nice from the side. We need to stouten him up from the ground up in terms of bone work and ankle and feature, and just square him going away from you. That one gives you an awful good look from the profile. Much could be said for this barrel here. Height the shoulder, extension from fat point forward. He's really level down to his tail set there. Just needs more muscle and fresh shape up high and coming right at you. He's wanting to close up underneath, but still a good barrel. That Burke that comes out next got a neat look about him. I like his shoulder out through his hip. I'd like to just change his head and stouten him up and square him going away. Again, I talk to these kids individually. Let's give them a big round of applause as we work into this champion drive.
Leading into our dark OPB breed drive from Class 5, Taylor West, San Patricio County 4-H. From Class 6, Berkeley Brasher, Johnson County 4-H. From Class 7, coming into the ring, Cooper Flynn, Moody, FFA. From Class 8, McKinley Moore, Cottle, County 4-H. And from Class 9, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H.
very, very good breed drive out here, and obviously we got a few different breeds represented, but nonetheless, I think there's a ton of quality. I think this decision's very close, and I do think it becomes a 3-horse race of these first class winners. Nothing taken away from any of the rest of them, because again, a ton of quality, and kids have done a great job. I guess between them, and not saying any of them are similar, because they're not, and I'm not huge on making my champions look very similar. They just got to be good. All 3 of these things are very good, and yet when you watch them come right at you and leave, and yet step off to the side, there's one that's just more manly. He's wider in terms of his chest. He's stout in terms of his arm. They all got muscle. They're all fresh and real good up high and out of their hip design. This one in particular of the trio is the longest hipped, and therefore takes the furthest reaching step past his tail. He's got muscle to burn. We could maybe pick him just in one area. I'd like to freshen his loin as we get him out here in our champion drive, but by no means is he stale. He's still real fresh up high. He's got a killer skeleton. He is the widest chested and the most impressive going away. Young man out of the last class is driving our winner. Congratulations.
Your dark OPB champion comes from Class 9, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H. Entering the ring is Colton Huseman, Lubbock Cooper, FFA.
As we drop that second in, certainly fixed into the mix, I think it becomes real close between a pair of them. It's actually this pair closest to me. One of them's a little bit fresher up high and neat about his head, ahead of his shoulder, the crest of his neck. You got to ask yourself, is he long enough out of his hip? Is he good enough and square enough in terms of his hock? The other one I haven't discussed is just different looking, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. He's wide, he's stout from every angle you study him. He's a little longer out of his hip, maybe not as fresh up high, but he's bigger up high in terms of his shape. We could freshen him just a nickel at the crest of his neck, but I do think this one's way too unique to leave out. A good barrow here, right here in front of me, is driving reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve comes from Class 7, Cooper Flynn, Moody, FFA.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Class 10 white OPBs is your first call to the show ring. Class 10 white OPBs, first call to the show ring. Your Class 9 results. First place, Zane Byers, Hale County 4-H. Second place, Colton Huseman, Lubbock Cooper 4-H. Third place, Briar Lane Sherrill, Hockley County 4-H, bred by 4K Show Pigs. Fourth place, Ava Luke, Hampshire Finette FFA, bred by C Show Pigs. Fifth place, Kennedy Fifth place, Kennedy Shaddy, Giddings FFA, bred by Burger Farms. Sixth place, Parker Cade, Snyder FFA, bred by E6 Farms. Seventh place, Grayson Ellis of Wink FFA, bred by M&S Livestock. Eighth place, Zach Huseman of Nazareth FFA, bred by Zach Huseman. Ninth place, Hattie Little S. Tyson, Randall County 4-H, bred by Foot Farms. 10th place, Wilder Hager, Monday FFA, bred by Canacey Show Pigs. Class 10, White OPBs. Second call to the show ring. Class 10, second call to the show ring. Class 10, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 10, third and final call to the show ring. Class 11. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 11, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they leave the show ring. Class 11, White OPB, second call to the show ring. Class 11, second call to the show ring. Class 11. Third and final call to the show ring. Class 11, third and final call to the show ring.
Good class here, and maybe took just a little longer as these things are getting a little heated out here, but nonetheless, I think our class leader wins, and wins fairly handily. We could fix him at the top side of his neck, but if you get aside from that, that's the most opened up, that's the squarest chested, biggest bladed, status skulled, and just awesome back shape in that particular barrow, and still handles his hip and his hind leg extremely good. Congratulations to that young man. From second on, maybe it gets a little bit more challenging for me. The one that's in 2 is just a no-holes kind of a barrow. He's still good in terms of a muscle standpoint. He's good about his body shape, a little shorter at the top side of his shoulder, a little rounder from that point forward perhaps. But I like that barrow's body shape, and I read him to be the stoutest of the remaining set, just in terms of his lower quarter, his lower stifle going right away from you. A good barrow there to be in 2. Pick this one's front feet up because I love this one from the side. His hip and his hind leg could go on for days. You know, for his extra extension from the profile, he needs more when you get right on top of him at the base of his cavity, back into his flank. His look and his extra extension, though, do rise him up in this particular class. And like I said, he's got a real big, useful hip and hind leg. Just need to freshen him up from a body perspective. This one is big-backed, and he's real good in his edges from his loin up into his upper hip, down into his lower stifle. Again, just need to stouten him up about his bone work, his ankle size, and just raise him up at the point of his shoulder. But from a freshness of skin and hair and just body shape and back shape, certainly the pieces are there. This one here is real hairy and dense and stout in terms of the middle part of his body shape, real short-bodied, and does balance when he gets his head up and he actually wants to drive out here. But from just a standpoint of muscle and just squareness from coming right at you and leaving, we just got to square him up just a little bit from his hock to the ground. Still a good kind of a barrow. Real loose spine, real good skeleton kind of a barrow here that's just a little off in terms of his balance down his top line and his lower body shape there. And we round out this next set here. Again, kids are doing a great job as we keep rolling through these things. Just little differences. Maybe it's freshness, maybe it's muscle. But again, these kids have done a great job. Let's congratulate them all as we work into this next set.
Your results from Class 10. First place, Reagan Pearson, Hockley County 4-H. Second place, Tara Lewis, Van Alstine, FFA. Third place, Kyla Cortese, Randall County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. Fourth place, Hunter Butler, Florence FFA, bred by Canacey Show Pigs. Fifth place, Truett Harper, Kendall County 4-H, bred by Canacey Show Pigs. Sixth place, Reagan Stokes, New Home FFA, bred by Wintex Farms. Seventh place, Brayley Kirkpatrick, Tolar FFA, bred by 4M Show Pigs. Eighth place, Valerie Harper, Lamb County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. Ninth place, Grayson Utley, Knox City FFA, bred by Wintex Genetics. 10th place, Briar Parsons, Medina County 4-H, bred by P5 Show Swine. First and second from Class 10. This is your first call if you can start making your way back to the show ring. First and second place from Class 10. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second place from Class 10. Second call to the show ring. First and second place from Class 10. Second call to the show ring, please. Class 12 Hampshires, first call to the show ring. Class 12 Hampshires, first call to the show ring. Class 12 Hampshires, second call to the show ring.
Another good class here, and our class leader, he's the different one. He's neat about his presence from the profile. You know, if you get in front of him and watch him go away, this thing's got a huge hip and hind leg that actually works very correctly. He's the biggest chested of the initial 4 or 5 here, and still is fresher back than the one here in 2. Still good and fresh ahead of his shoulder in terms of crest and neck. We could maybe just hook him up a little fresher and a little better in the top side of his rib cage and how he ties into his loin. Again, that thing has got a real fresh back, a huge hip and hind leg, and still real good from the profile. A neat looking one that's here in 2, and to me, he resembles a lot of the pieces as our class winner in terms of height of shoulder, length out of his hip. He too has plenty of shape. He gets a little softer in his front feet. I didn't read him to be quite as opened up, quite as dimensional when you watch him drive right under you out of the back of his shoulder or into his upper loin and upper hip, though. That's a good top pair, though, here in this heavyweight class. The one that comes out next is a little bulkier, a little denser in the middle part of his body shape, his forearm, his forerib, and how it ties back into his flank. With that, he's just more compact from the side, plainer and rounder out of his hip, a little more cresty and stale there at the top side of his neck, but still a powerful barrel that's got plenty of body to go along with it. This one here has got a tremendous back shape, and honestly like this barrel quite a bit from his hip forward. It's when you get out of his hip is where he's just laboring and just not comfortable in his step. Furthermore, I read him to be plainer in terms of his upper hip down into the base of his stifle there. Up high, though, that thing's got a ditch, a big back, and a big chest coming right at you. Next barrel coming out, again, young man, you've done a great job with him. Like him from the profile, he's got an awesome hip and hind leg, real good good in terms of his lower shape. Up front is where I'd like to fix that particular barrel. Pick him up on his front feet and coming at you. He wants to close up just a little as we work on into these heavier weights. A neat looking barrel here in terms of height the shoulder and squareness out through his tail. Coming and going is what gets him beat. Just too flatter to the base of his cavity there and to the base of his stifle. A good class here. We run into maybe some freshness issues. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids.
Class 12 Hampshire's third and final call to the show ring. Class 12, third and final call to the show ring. We'll now move into our white OPB drive. From Class 10, Riggin Pearson, Hockley County 4-H. And from Class 11, Ellen Rivera from De Leon, FFA.
Just a pair of them out here, and both of them good in their own right. Maybe a few differences I see. One of them's maybe a little bit neater and just more extra from the outside. We could stouten his bottom jaw and just fix him a little in terms of his upper cage. The other one, if you get past, maybe just a little more cheek, a little more crest at the top of his neck. He is stouter skulled, and he is denser when you get right on top of him, up high and going away. This is a good pair here. To me, our lightweight champion is going to win this division. Congratulations.
Your champion white OPB comes from Class 10, Riggin Pearson, Hockley County 4-H. Now entering the ring from Class 10, Tara Lewis, Van Alstyne, FFA.
We drop that second place barrow in, and certainly comfort levels there. Maybe just a nickel planer in terms of muscle shape and in terms of design, but I think that one's skeleton is extremely good. It's closer for reserved. There's one of them that's maybe just a little more out there in terms of his pieces. Fix him in an area or two, but I know he's been driving a long time, but that heavyweight's my second favorite. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, white OPB, Ellen Rivera, De Leon, FFA.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Class 13 Hampshires, first call to the show ring. Class 13 Hamps, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 13, second call to the show ring. Class 13, second call to the show ring. Class 13, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 13, third and final call.
Awesome way to start off the Hampshire show, and a big wake-up call for me. The quality is awesome in this particular class, and I hope and I know it's going to continue. This is a good pair of them, and yet our class leader, he hits me hard, and he hits me very good right out of the gate. He's maybe just a little straighter shouldered. He's not the biggest chested. I don't think it's causing an issue. If you step off to the side of this thing, he is awesome in terms of his proportions. He's hairy, he's dense, he's stout. Everything matches. Of the top pair, he's longer out of his hip. He sets down truer and squarer and more comfortable out of his upper hip, hock to surface, and his ankle especially. Like I said, he's got power to burn. He's good-bodied. Awesome from the profile. This one here in 2 is exotic looking, and he is a little better in the angle to his shoulder, maybe just a little neater from that point forward than our class leader. He's as big back as maybe you could ask one to be in a lighter weight class. It's out of his hip design, is he's just a little awkward stepping. He's not quite as square, not quite as comfortable from his hock to the ground. That one is elite looking though from the side in terms of chest width. He's proud about his posture up front and still very fresh on the top side of his skeleton. Just a dense and stout skulled barrow that comes out next. I love his character about his head, his shape and density up high and out of his hip. With that being said, he runs into a pair. He's just a little plainer from the profile. He's not as good right in his loin there, but that thing is opened up. He is stout and he is dense, and like I said, he's got a stout head and skull and chest right coming at you. This one here worked his way up because he's real boxy. He's real opened up. I love the center part of this one's body shape. His four-rib mid-body back into his flank. And, you know, he's got muscle from no matter what angle you study him at. With that, though, he's a little rounder out of his hip and just his junction point up front from his neck into his shoulder as well. But I love his body, love his extra shape. This one is smoother from the profile, and it allows him to balance and proportion just a little neater than the barrow we just discussed. Coming at you, though, he's too frail in terms of his front foot and just needs to be stouter chested for me, but really a neat barrow from the side. This one here, very practical and basic. He's stout in terms of his skull. He's wide-chested, certainly real good in the texture to his upper body and his upper cage. Up high is where he just runs a little more out of gas of muscle here in this particular drive. Awesome job by that young man driving that particular barrow. Again, talk to these kids as we work down the line. This is a great way to start us off in the Hampshire show. Let's give a big round of applause for all those kids.
The results from Class 12, first place, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H. Second place, Mason Albus, Whiteface FFA. Third place, Sindel Verstoof of Southwest FFA, bred by Cole Farms. Fourth place, Ethan Tarragano of Wink FFA, bred by The Stud. Fifth place, Hadley Walker, Deer Park FFA, bred by HF Genetics. Sixth place, Cole Rutland of Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Seventh place, Laramie Hodges, Clyde FFA, bred by Shuffler Show Pigs. Eighth place, Hadley Garrett of Hardiman County 4-H, bred by Brockman Farms. Ninth place, Zane Thompson, Farmersville FFA, bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. 10th place, Paisley Fulton, Borden FFA, bred by Clay Farms. Class 14 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 14 Hamps, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Exhibitors, if you receive champion and reserve champion bios, please return those to the announcer stand. Champion and reserve champion breed bios, and please return to the announcer stand at the end of the day. Class 14, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 14 Hamps, second call to the show ring. Class 14 Hamps, third and final call to the show ring. Class 14, third and final call to the show ring.
Another good class here, and a lot of different pieces and parts to work through, and that's not to take away from the quality. It's there. I just think maybe not 2 or 3 of them look alike, but again, a very good class. This one that leads off, dense and just stout everywhere, and of the top pair, he's especially just denser out of the back of his shoulder into his forerib. He's the biggest chested of the top 4 or 5 here, and he leaves you with that same advantage. He's maybe just not the neatest ahead of his shoulder at the crest of his neck. I still like his head shape and his ear set. We could maybe just lengthen him out there just a little, but from a power perspective, this thing's loaded with it. He's dense. He's really, really hairy. And of the top pair here, I like his hip design and where his tail sits on the top side of his hip just a notch better here to lead us off. This 1 and 2 is really fresh in terms of his back shape, his extension from his shoulder forward. He too is plenty of muscle, plenty of stoutness coming and going. He's not as out there as extreme when you get the rear view of that particular barrel. In terms of shape, he's a little rounder out of his hip and doesn't proportion quite as good from the profile. That's a very good barrel. Skin and hair and just freshness of back shape is certainly on point. The one that comes out here in 3, much could be said for him, just like I said about the second place barrel, because this one is absolutely huge in terms of the ditch working out of his shoulder and his upper hip as well. He's got power to burn, but when you take him to the surface is where he wants to get just flatter in the base of his cavity. He's not as opened up in terms of his chest relative to what he's packing up high. That's still a very good barrel here that deserves to be on the top end of this class. The one coming out next is very different just from a look perspective. His height, the shoulder, he's boxy build, he's short backed, he's neat from the side in terms of his hip. I'd like to just change his head and stouten his bottom jaw, but from behind, he needs to be square, leaving me. That's a good barrel, though, and just in terms of his pieces, there to be in 4. The one coming out next, just a good barrel in terms of shape and power and density. Definitely square in terms of his upper hip. He's just too plain about his head, a little rounder about his lower shoulder blade, but still a good kind of a barrel in terms of muscle. Very stout, dense, and burly barrel that comes in next. Just too plain about his back and plainer going away from you, but that's a good barrel nonetheless. A good class as we roll these out again. I talked to these kids. Awesome second class here. Let's congratulate all of them.
Your results from Class 13. First place, Brayley Wilson, Gaines County 4-H. Second place, Hayden Pagoos, Medina County 4-H. Third place, Ryder Strassner, Smyer FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fourth place, Riley Holcomb, Splendora FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Fifth place, Gabriela Gamez, Terry County 4-H, bred by Wysoon Brothers Show Pigs. Sixth place, Jake Teichelman, Jim Ned FFA, bred by Underdog Genetics. Seventh place, Macy Bell Jerish of SNS Consolidated FFA, bred by Bradshaw Family Show Pigs. Eighth place, Davin Del Toro of Catula FFA, bred by ML4 Show Pigs. Ninth place, Grant Ferguson, Haskell FFA, bred by DL Show Pigs. 10th place, Michaela Thomason, Olton FFA, bred by Tri Genetics. Class 15, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 15, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 15, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 15, second call to the show ring. Class 15, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 15, third and final call.
Interesting class here, and a lot of quality and a lot of pieces to work through. My class leader, to me, is just the most durable in terms of his bone work, his feature, his skeleton. Of the top pair, he's not as extreme in his back shape or his loin edge as the 1 and 2. That's where I'd maybe like to fix him, maybe just square him up ever so slightly from hock to surface, but from the side, he's the longer hipped option. I love this one's just durable and bulk and just dimension in terms of the center part of his cage. He's stout mugged. He's got a good, just extended look about him that all matches in proportions, plenty good from the side. And I like his hip design, especially up high. He's a big pin barrow that's got a lot of shape. Just a good place to start. The 1 and 2, there's no doubt, up high is the most impressive view of anything in the drive. He's the biggest out of the back of his blade. He's the most just edgy in terms of his loin edge and his upper hip. Up front, we got to tie his neck in just in terms of his shoulder blade there. He's a little tied up, a little straighter up front, and a little tighter wound out of his hip. I'm telling you, though, that's a fresh back, fresh skin and hair, still real boxy, still real dense in terms of his kind. The 1 and 3, loin forward, I like a lot of things about. He's probably just as practical in terms of his center cage as any. I love his skull shape and his ear set and how his neck ties into his shoulder blade. Out of his hip is where I'd like to fix him. Just pull him up in his tail, a little rounder, a little slopier down into his hock and how he sets at the ground. Hip forward, though, there's a lot of good pieces in that particular barrel. The 1 and 4 has got some far-reaching pieces, and to me, he could maybe work his way up for somebody else. He's really good up top in terms of shape. He's got a good hip and hind leg from the side. Coming at you, he wants to get a little closed up in terms of his chest. His bottom jaw could be stound up, and to me, that reflects the base of his body line. That one's got some really neat pieces, though, in terms of shape up top and just having a good look from the profile. A good barrel here in terms of shape and just true muscle up high out of his shoulder. Got a good hip and hind leg, big at the surface in terms of bone and feature. A little rounder off of either end of his framework. Good expressive barrow that comes out next. It's just too plain as you take him to the surface at the base of his cavity there. We roll out these next several barrows. Again, a very good class. Just run into a few difficult pieces to put together, maybe in terms of freshness or from a build perspective. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids. Another good class.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Brandon Barnes, Burleson County 4-H, bred by Shaded W Show Pigs. 5th place, Nicole Roulette, Montgomery FFA, bred by McKinley Show Pigs. 6th place, Dawson Ship, Roby FFA, bred by Ship Shape Genetics. 7th place, Jack Erbrig, Belleville FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. 8th place, Rayleigh McCurdy, Aquilia FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. 9th place, Molly Gowan, Kendall County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. 10th place, Charlie Lofton, Santa Fe FFA, bred by Atchison Show Pigs. Class 16, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 16, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 16, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 16, second call to the show ring. Class 16, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 16, third and final call to the show ring.
Really a good class here and a good top pair to discuss. I guess between them, the one that's fresher backed and just denser and square in terms of his upper hip is the young lady in the blue. That's a big, big fresh back when you step up on him. I know he's wanting to fight her here at the end, but he's still good in terms of his skeleton. You know, in a perfect setting, we could set his rear ankle down just a nickel better, maybe blend him a little smoother in his loin edge, but coming out of the gate, that's a very, very neat skull shape and just dense forearm. He's hairy, he's bulky, he's stout, and still square at every edge you study him. Now, this 1 and 2 is bigger chested than our class leader. From the top side of his shoulder, knee to ground, he's big at the surface in terms of his bone work, his feature, his ankle size. You know, up high, I still read him to have plenty of muscle. Now, on a comparative note, he's not as comfortable maybe in his hinging ability from the side, and maybe not quite as opened up and as fresh up high as our leader. That's a heavy-duty kind of a barrel, though, that is very, very wide, coming right at you, and very good in terms of just his substance of feature. I read him to be denser in his feature than this one coming out next. This one is really good, just in terms of a shape perspective, very fresh in terms of skin and hair. He's just a little neater ahead of his shoulder than that one that precedes him at the crest of his neck and the base of his jawline. With that, he's just rougher around the edges. He doesn't blend his pieces together quite as good from his loin into his hip there, not quite as stout in terms of his bone work or his ankle or his feature. This one here, loin forward, I like a lot of things about. He's very big and short and just dense about his back shape. His body texture is good. His full rib back into his rear rib and flank. Now, when you get in behind him, we got to square him up and just pick him up in his hip and just square him up there as well. But the young lady got all she could out of that barrel. Hey, very, very good in the center part of his body and coming right at you. A good basic market hog that comes next that's got muscle, he's got shape, he's got body. He's just too plain for me. He needs to be stoutened up in terms of his feature and just have some extras from the profile. But young lady, you've done a great job with him. Got plenty of muscle shape to burn. A nice barrel that comes next that just needs to be more comfortable in his front skeleton, but awesome other than that in terms of hip and hind leg. Just needs to be wider chested, a little more comfortable in motion. A good class here. Again, let's congratulate all these kids as we keep working through. Awesome set of them.
Your results from Class 15. First place, Sayla Salmons, Parker County 4-H. Second place, Tinley Wilson, Brownwood FFA. Third place, Lawson Taylor, Bexar County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. 4th place, Kate Smith, Meadow FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. 5th place, Chloe Jones, Wall FFA, bred by Schaefer Livestock. 6th place, Emily Mulestein, Stanford FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. 7th place, Slade Scroggins, Dawson County 4-H, bred by Cozart Family Genetics. 8th place, Molly Waldrum, Event FFA, bred by Shuffler Show Pigs. 9th place, Carson Bernard, Victoria County 4-H, bred by Unner Show Pigs. And 10th place, Daniel Haley, Wink FFA, bred by Clay Farms. Class 17, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 17, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 17, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 17, second call to the show ring.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience.
Class 17, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
good class and a good winner, and he comes at you, and he's intimidating. He's big-chested. He's awesome and proud about his posture up front. To me, where he's class leading is his body shape, his texture to his top line, his short and dense back shape. You know, he might not be just the perfect one in terms of his hip design there. I don't think it's causing a huge issue, though. I still think everything matches. I love this barrel's look. I love his skeleton up front in terms of just width and body shape and freshness and how he turns out of the top of his skeleton. Good barrel there to lead us off. The one here in 2, he is more comfortable in terms of his hip, and he's longer out of his hip, which allows him to draw down a little square and more athletically from this view right here. And actually, when you get on top of him, he's impressive about his shape. Now, he's a little plainer. He's a little plainer about his skin and his hair, and from the side, he's maybe not quite as unique as that barrel that leads us off. That's a very good barrel, though. In terms of just usefulness, love his hip and his hind leg design. I read his body shape to be just a little better than this barrel that comes out next. This one is very fresh, though. He's fresh up high in terms of his shape and his spread out of the back of his blade. A little neater probably about his skull and down into the base of his chest and up high on his crest. Up high, though, he wants to just concave just a little in terms of his body shape. Not quite as comfortable there in terms of his rear view and how he sets out of his hip and hind leg. Real fresh, big back in that particular barrel. This one here, from his shoulders back, and really his rear view is as impressive as any is in this particular drive. Very, very big in his upper hip, all the way down to his lower stifle there. And real square about his hock placement. Up front, as you can tell, a little plainer about the base of his neck and his jawline. We just got to freshen that up and freshen him back up into his flank line there. But very, very stout, very powerful barrel, especially driving away from you. Fresh, good skin and hair barrel on this one. That's got a neat presence about him from the profile. Height of shoulders good, extra hair, extra density. Now, he's a little fragile up front in terms of his jaw, and I think that reflects down into the base of his cavity. We just got to stouten him up just a little, coming at you and back into his forerib. A good barrel here just in terms of density of feature and bone work and shape up high. I just read him to be just a little more awkward in terms of his rear step and in terms of his skeleton. A very good class. Again, I went through, talked to these kids. They're working hard. Let's keep working through these hamps and give these kids a big hand of congratulations.
Your placings from Class 16 in first place, Kendall Shackelford, Sulphur Springs FFA. Second place, Cadence Butler, Miami FFA. Third place, Austin Matheson, Hallettsville FFA, bred by Heads Up Genetics. Fourth place, Jagger Collier, Snyder FFA, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Fifth place, Ryland Barr, Victoria County 4-H, bred by C&P Livestock. Sixth place, Landry Russell, Grayson County 4-H, bred by Russell Show Pigs. Seventh place, Maddox Tedford from Weatherford FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Samuel Gilmore, Archer City FFA, bred by S Squared Genetics. Ninth place, Trayson Harrison, Aquila FFA, bred by Clay Farms. 10th place, Easton Malone, Merkel FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. Class 18, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 18, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 18, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 18, second call to the show ring. Class 18. Third and final call to the show ring. Class 18, this is your third and final call to the show ring, please.
Another very good class and a good class winner that does so fairly handily for me. And strictly from a comfort level, this thing could drive all day long. The angle to his blade, the set to his knee, the set to his hip and his hind leg allows him to be so flawless in terms of his skeleton from the profile. I like this thing's head shape and his skull and his density. He's still got shape and plenty to burn up high. He's big in terms of his body shape. You know, compared to the one here in 2, he's directly better in terms of just his set up front. He's better in his texture in the center part of his forerib, mid-body, back into his flank. He might be just a nickel planer in terms of his lower body line. Again, I think that thing is so good in terms of a skeleton perspective, and in this particular drive, it's real fresh up high and from behind. The 1 and 2 has got as much back shape as probably any. Really fresh up high in his edges in terms of his loin, all the way into his upper hip, like his skull, like his width of chest. When you step up away from him there, he's too straight up front, and to me, he's straight out of his hawk as well. Just not as comfortable as our leader there. That thing's real fresh, awesome skin and hair, and driven very good. The one here in 3 is loaded with power, and that's why he worked himself up. He's got a big back shape, a big hip in him. With that power, though, comes some consequences. Just a little staler ahead of his shoulder at the crest of his neck, a little slopier out of his hip, and not as comfortable or as attractive from the side, but really like his body texture, his extra shape, his extra density up high. The one that comes in next, neat from the profile. He's proud about his posture up front. This thing's short and boxy everywhere you study him. With that being said, he's also a little shorter out of his hip and a shorter stepping out of his rear skeleton. Love his hair, love his density, his extra chest width and shape up high. Just got to go a little bit better for me. The one that comes next is just a basic good kind of a barrel that's got plenty of muscle, wide-chested and good going away from you. Just too plain in this particular class in terms of his kind, but still a good kind of a barrel. We bring out these next few, real stout skull barrel that comes out next that just gets a little washed out in terms of his loin up high, but do like his extra feature of substance and bone. Good class here, and again, talk to these kids as we work into this last class. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. These kids keep doing an awesome job.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Third place, Reese Huffacre Post FFA, bred by Byers Farms. Fourth place, Hudson Heichel Smith County 4-H, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fifth place, Keenan Mingus Yo FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Sixth place, Kirsten Key Stockdale FFA, bred by Phi Show Pigs. Seventh place, Brody Jones Stamford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Eighth place, Sarita Nelson Cal Allen FFA, bred by S&P Livestock. Ninth place, Sloan Steege Groover FFA, bred by Biggs Livestock. And 10th place, Hayes Strand Stamford FFA, bred by Contenders Livestock. At this time, can we have the first and second placings from class 12 through 17 start making your way back to the show ring? Classes 12 through 17, first and second places, back to the show ring. This is your first call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second placings from class 12 to class 17. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 12 to class 17, first and seconds. Bring your animals to the show ring. This is your second call. First and seconds, class 12 through 17. This is your final call to the show ring. First and seconds for the breed drive, class 12 through 17. Final call to the show ring.
Well, a really good class here to round us out in the Hampshire show, and I guess a pair of them surface, and yet there's one, to me, who's just the freshest at this heavyweight game. He's really good up high. He's modern in terms of his look from the side. He's a little neater about his head and his skull and how it attaches into his neck up front compared to the 1 and 2. Now, he might not be as big-chested. He needs to be strengthened in his front feet just a little, but that's a very, very fresh heavyweight barrow that's awesome in the turn out of the top of his spine into his upper cage and remains very square and very athletic out of his rear skeleton. The 1 here in 2 has got more chest, and he's big and dimensional in terms of his forearm and just his skull all the way up high and out through a stout hip. He doesn't hook up quite as good from the profile in terms of his loin edge, not as comfortable in terms of his rear setting comparatively there, but that's a big, wide-chested, stout barrow that's still got some freshness advantages here in this particular drive. The 1 and 3, this one's got a neat look about him from the side in terms of height of shoulder, extension from that point forward. He, too, has got some shape up high. It's when you get to his hip design is where it's just a little off, rounder out of his hip, need to pull his tail up and just make him more attractive and more aggressive in terms of his rear skeleton step, but that's still a good kind of a barrow there to land in the third hole. The one that comes out in 4, height of shoulder and just extension are definitely in his favor. He's got a lot of look ahead of his shoulder there, length and strength down his top line and into his upper hip. He, too, is pretty fresh in terms of his back shape and his edges. He just needs to have more substance at the ground in terms of bone work, a little straighter and more rigid off of either end, but still highly driven, good kind of a barrow there to be in 4. Very stout and heavy-duty barrow to come in 5 in terms of bone work and feature. He's probably as big a hind-legged barrow in this particular drive as any. You know, with that extra power and just density, he's too plain from the profile, little staler ahead of his shoulder in terms of the base of his neck, the crest of his neck as well. But that's a good heavy-duty kind of a barrow to be in 5. The one that comes next, height the shoulder, just really a practical made barrow in terms of skeleton, coming and going. He needs to be opened up and freshened up as well. A good class. Again, talk to these kids. Let's give them one more big round of applause before we get into our Champion Hampshire drive.
Class 19 Yorks, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 19 Yorks, first call to the show ring, please. Your results from Class 18, first place, Jacoby Sprayberry, Lubbock County 4-H. Second place, Cameron Craddock, Howe FFA. Third place, Shane Parks, Galveston County 4-H, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fourth place, Michaela Verver, Hayes County 4-H, Tosh Show Pigs. Fifth place, Courtney Fay, Stockdale FFA, bred by Phi Show Pigs. Sixth place, Preston Morse, Academy FFA, bred by Stork Livestock. Seventh place, Autumn Birkenfeld, Nazareth FFA, bred by Kip Smith Show Pigs. Eighth place, Rayleigh Walker, Knox County 4-H, bred by BRS Hog Farm. Ninth place, Riker the Top Hand Burson, Briscoe County 4-H, bred by G-Bar-O Genetics. 10th place, Cason Creed Russell, Palmer County 4-H, bred by Seiko Livestock. Class 19 Yorks, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 19 Yorks, second call to the show ring. As we lead into our Hamp Drive from Class 12, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H. From Class 13, Brayley Wilson, Gaines County 4-H. From Class 14, Colton West, San Patricio 4-H. Class 15, Sayla Salmons, Parker County 4-H. From Class 16, Kendall Shackelford, Sulphur Springs FFA. From Class 17, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H. And from Class 18, Jacoby Sprayberry, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 19 Yorks, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 19 Yorks, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, I apologize for maybe driving them just a little longer than what I would like, but this is a very, very good set of them. All 7 classes out here in respective seconds. You kids should be proud. You've worked hard all spring and a long time to get them here. I think you've done a tremendous job. I'll be honest, we got a lot of different flavors out here and kinds, and that is totally okay. Now, it does make my decision just a little bit harder because maybe you want to give up in an area or two depending on your kind. To me, nothing taken away from the other class winners. It's a 3-horse race out here, and I think all 3 of them are very, very good, and yet, like I said, they're different. Between them, you know, I'm big on skeleton. I'm big on build. Now, they got to have the basics first, but they have to have some structure under them. They got to have a good hip and hind leg. And to me, these three do that maybe a little differently. There's one that just takes it maybe just a little bit further. Now, he might not be the biggest chested. We could maybe pick on the angle to his shoulder, but I think where his advantage is his skeleton is absolutely flawless. He's still very, very good up high. He's got a good hip and hind leg, and he looks like a show barrel from the side. He might not be the heaviest out here, but I love this barrel right here. Congratulations. Good job.
Your breed champion, Hamp, comes from Class 12, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H. Coming into the ring, Mason Albus, Whiteface FFA.
We dropped that second in, and certainly a unique barrow in his own right. Like I said before, I do think that there's a pair of them. It gets real close for reserve, and I'll describe them to you. It's the two young lady over here to my left. This belted barrow in the black with the black shirt is crazy out there. He's the widest chested one of the drive. He's real good in terms of his back shape. I love the density to his mid body. In class, I thought he was comfortable. Now, you get him out here, and there's something about his hip design that just throws me a little off. He's not as comfortable in terms of his top line. He doesn't want to just hit the surface and drive quite as comfortably going away. Now, I'm being very critical. That barrel deserves a good look because he is so stout. He's so opened up. He's dialed in terms of skin and hair. Now, the young lady in the pink, that thing could drive all day long. His skeleton is awesome. The length out of his hip is honestly drive leading. Now, you got to ask yourself, is there quite enough punch there up high and going away? I still like the texture to his skull. He's still wide-chested. He's still got some shape. Those are the differences I see, and again, nothing taken away from the rest of them. This is an awesome drive. I will always land on skeleton. I'll always land on structure. Young lady in the pink, driving reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, Hamp, comes from Class 17, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Class 20, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 20, first call to the show ring, please. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 20, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 20, second call to the show ring. Class 20, this your third and final call to the show ring. Class 20, third and final call to the show ring, please.
Real good class and a very good pair of white barrows here to start us off. And again, I'm taking maybe just a little longer than I typically do, but I want to make sure I break them down and describe them to y'all. Now, our class leader, he's a little tight out of his hip and hind leg, but surprisingly, the longer he drives, the looser he gets. Of the top pair, he's neater about his skull. He's neater up front about his presence. He's a little prouder about his posture. That's a wide, stout forearm barrow that to me is fresher and squarer in his edge up top, and he's still short and boxy in his build, and he is very square and very opened up from this view right here and still remains square and inside of his framework. Like I said, he's maybe just a little shorter, a little tighter out of his hip, and that is where it's close, because this one here in 2 does have that ability to reach his hock just a little more authoritative behind his tail. He is heavy duty in terms of his substance of bone and feature. From the outside, he's tall shouldered, he's really neat back into his hip. You know, for his extra extension, he's not as fresh up high. He doesn't have kind of that unique presence up front. And to me, going right away from you, he just wants to fade ever so slightly to the base of his stifle. I'm being very nitpicky. That's a good pair of barrows here to start us off. The one in 3 is loaded with power and muscle from any aspect you study him. He's pretty big chested. He's very big up high and real stout going away. With that, he's just too round. He's rounder out of his shoulder, rounder out of his hip design. Certainly appreciate the extra muscle shape. Young man has done a great job on that one, skin and hair, and getting him drove. The one that comes next from his hip forward, I love. He's got some presence. He's height the shoulders there. His body texture and body shape out of his blades good. From behind, we got to square him up, make him more comfortable in his rear step. Again, from the side and coming at you, I like a lot of things about that particular barrow. Just got to square his hock up. The young lady here coming next does a heck of a job of driving this one. He's good from the side in terms of just extension and basics. He's got a big, useful hip and hind leg in him. Just too plain in this particular class. A little plainer at the top side of his neck, a little plainer into the base of his jaw, but got a good substance of bone and feature. A neat looking one that comes next that's very fresh up high and fresh out of his hip, just too frail in terms of his feature up front, and at the surface it reflects, but do like him up high. We roll these next several out. Again, discussed with these kids some things we like to change. In this particular drive, I like the stoutness and power. Maybe they just don't balance up or proportion quite as good from the side. Let's give them a big round of applause. A great way to start the Yorks.
Your results from Class 19. First place, Coulter Martin, Hale County 4-H. Second place, Gentry Askew, Lynn County 4-H. Third place, Tristan Arthur, O'Donnell FFA, bred by Boyd Family Genetics. Fourth place, Cash Boyd, O'Donnell FFA, bred by McKinley Show Pigs. Fifth place, Bailey Arevalo, Deer Park FFA, bred by Baker's Genetics. Sixth place, Racy Pinkston, Brownwood FFA, bred by Wysoon Brothers. Seventh place, Emery Humphreys, Sudan FFA, bred by DL Show Pigs. Eighth place, Hayden Mowry, SNS Consolidated FFA, bred by Russell Show Pigs. Ninth place, Faith Doza of Clear Falls FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. And 10th place, Nathaniel Gamez of Terry County 4-H, bred by Wysoon Brothers. Class 21, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 21, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Champion and reserve champion breeds, you were issued a exhibitor bio. Please return those bios to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. If you received a champion and reserve champion banner, you also received a bio. Please return those to the announcer stand as soon as you can. Class 21, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 21, second call to the show ring, please. Class 21, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 21, third and final call to the show ring. Kylie Van Alsdahl, Canyon Lake FFA, please bring your animal to the ring. Kylie Van Alsdahl, Canyon Lake FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring.
Another good class here and some differences on the top side. The biggest and the burliest barrow, just in terms of a muscle and chest width and density standpoint, leads us off. This thing's got a beautiful back if you step on top of him. Compared to the 1 and 2, he's not only bigger backed, but he drops out of the top of his spine fresher and denser in terms of his upper cage. Like I said, he's stout in terms of his skull. If you want to get just a little critical, he's got a nickel on the top side of his neck there. Maybe not quite as comfortable if you study him from his stifle hock to surface as the one here in 2. I'll forgive him though, because I think he's stouter. I think he's burlier, real boxy in terms of his kind. The one here in 2 is neat from the profile. His extension, his length ahead of his blade. I like the step and reach he has. And up high, he by no means doesn't have shape, because he certainly does. He might not be quite as opened up as our class leader, but to me, his issue is he's frailer at the bottom base of his jaw, and it reflects down low, just a little closed up in terms of his chest. Doesn't have quite as much in the seat of his pants as you watch him grow right away from you. Again, that's a really neat barrel from the profile. Got some good pieces, especially from the side. The one that comes in 3 is just stout and dense in terms of his arm and his body shape and his texture up top. Now, of the top 3, I read him to be the plainest and just a little washed out in terms of his loin and his upper hip there. Love just his shortness of back, his extra bulk, his extra density from the side. Very stout and powerful barrow that comes here. Very wide-chested, has a lot of power and natural shape out of the back of his shoulder and his forearm all the way out through his hip. You know, he's maybe just a little longer bodied, doesn't proportion quite as good from the side as some of the ones that precede him. Love his muscle, though, and an extra density of power. The one that comes next, hairy and stout, and from his front 2/3 forward, I like a good deal. He is too closed up in his chest, and from behind, just the plainest barrow to the edge of his stifle, but very dense, very opened up, and short in terms of his length of body there. We roll out these next several. Height the shoulder is certainly in this one's favor, and he's got a lot of power going away, just too round and slopey out of his hip. Again, a very good class. Maybe run into some freshness differences or build differences if you take him to the ground. Again, we're nearing the end of the day. Let's congratulate these kids one more time on their efforts.
Your results from Class 20. First place, Katie Butler, Miami FFA. Second place, Kaysen Burchett, Breckenridge FFA. Third place, James Spur Farley, Santa Ana FFA, bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fourth place, Ryan Barber, Kendall County 4-H, bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. Fifth place, Jaden Van Nalsdahl, Kenyon Lake FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Sixth place, Cooper Wilhelm, Stanford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. 7th place, Bry Hobson, Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. 8th place, Bryce Allen, Royce City FFA, bred by Par Livestock. 9th place, Emily Schedule, Albany FFA, bred by Big Much Genetics. 10th place, Emily Pumpa, Samuel Clemens FFA, bred by Empty Heart Livestock. Class 19 and 20, if we can have first and seconds, come back to the show ring. Class 19-20, if we can have your first and seconds, come back to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second place from class 19 and 20. This is your second call to the show ring. First and second place from classes 19 and 20. Second call to the show ring. First and second place from class 19 and 20. This is your third and final call to the show ring. First and second from classes 19 and 20. Third and final call to the show ring.
Good class here to finish our day on, and a good one here to lead us off. He is different. He's different looking from the side, but I think of the class, he has the advantage if you get right in front of him. He's the biggest chested. I like this one's skull. For a heavyweight, he's still fresh backed, and I think he turns that down into his upper cage. Now, we could just pry him open in terms of his heart and his center body back into his flank, and I do think the barrow in second is just a little looser built, but he also doesn't have as much shape. This one is fresher in his edges up high, back into his loin, his upper hip, and like I said, he gives you a unique look from the side. This one here in two, he could drive all day long. He doesn't miss a beat. I love his skeleton, love his hip and hind leg from the side. Everything matches, and his skull, to me, is very neat. He's stout skulled, his ear set's good, he's smooth in his transition into his shoulder. He's just plainer. He's flatter to the base of his hip here. He's plainer up high in terms of his shape from the side and on the drive. I love that thing, and definitely his skull coming right at you. The one in three is really opened up and really burly in terms of his muscle shape, very square up high out of the back of his shoulder, and he does work more muscle from behind than the one we just talked in two. I just wish he pieced it together a little better to show lower in terms of his neck attachment, a little rounder out of his hip design, consequently doesn't proportion quite as good. Muscle is definitely there and in his favor. Wide-chested bear that comes next that certainly is very fresh in terms of his skin and hair, fresh up high. Much like the one we just discussed, to me he doesn't balance quite as good. For as much shape as he has up high, he needs to be stouter at the ground and picked up in his front foot. Still, for a heavyweight, I appreciate how fresh they have kept him. The one that comes next, young lady, again, great in terms of his body shape. His center body is on point. His forerib, the shape he has up high. It's when you get in behind him is where he just loses a little favor for me. A little shorter out of his hip, just doesn't have quite as much power. Hip forward on this one, got a neat presence, a neat look. Skin and hair, again, great as he drives under you. Big in terms of his back, just not as comfortable in terms of his skeleton. We roll these next few out. Again, I discussed with these kids as we get into these heavier weights, some freshness certainly plays a factor in how we go throughout this particular class. Let's make some noise for these kids once again as we work into this Champion York drive.
We move into our Yorkshire breed drive, coming from Class 19, Coulter Martin, Hale County 4-H. From Class 20, Katie Butler, Miami, FFA. And from Class 21, Braden Forts, Marion, FFA.
Well, it's been an awesome day, and I know we got a fun-filled day tomorrow as well, and maybe some people might go home tonight, but I do want to say thank you to the crew in the back and the crew in the ring up here. I mean, we've gone through a lot of classes, a lot of pigs, and we have moved at a very, very thrifty pace. And so thank you guys again for making my job as easy as it possibly can be. I do have to mention something, and you know, I mentioned this in the back to someone, but the kids have been very pleasant today. And I, as a judge, I've never heard yes ma'am, thank you ma'am so many times judging a show as I have today. And so hats off to you guys, parents and leaders and kids in the back. Just thank you. I think that's huge, and no matter if you got sifted or maybe made it up here, I think you guys are just class acts, and so thank you to the kids. This has been a really fun drive here. We're going to finish strong on the Yorks as we work into tomorrow. We got 3 class winners. I think all 3 of them a little different in terms of type. We're maybe showing some, maybe holding on them just a little bit here or there. I think all 3 of them have muscle. All 3 of them have shape. It comes down to maybe which one hits me just the most fault-free, the most complete. And our champion has got a neat presence about his front end. He's proud about his posture. He's the best in terms of his chest coming at you and his skull shape, and it reflects into his body. Like I said, he's maybe just a little tighter in motion out of his hip and his hind leg. Other than that, I read this one to be the freshest up high, the biggest in terms of his body shape. Class 1's champion. Congratulations.
Your champion York comes from Class 19, Coulter Martin, Hale County 4-H. Coming in the ring is Gentry Askew, Lynn County 4-H.
We bring that second place in and certainly throw them into the mix. I think all three of them certainly push for that reserve honor. I do think maybe one is just a little more elevated from the side. His hip and his hind leg are awesome. You know, maybe not quite as maxed out up high in terms of freshness of our class, or our champion, excuse me, but I thought the pair was close in class. Young lady right here is reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve comes from second place in Class 19, Gentry Askew, Lynn County 4-H. Your results from Class 21 Yorks, first place, Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Second place, Mason Rayburn, Hamilton FFA. Third place, Adeline Gulovich, Taylor County 4-H, bred by Cozart Family Genetics. In fourth place, Braxton Richter, Howard County 4-H, animals bred by Hot Rod Genetics. In fifth place, Cambry Soto, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by Stark Livestock. In sixth place, Wyatt Robbins, Sherryland Pioneer FFA. Bred by Goldamer Show Pigs. Seventh place, Summit Askew, Lynn County 4-H, bred by Sweet Tooth. Eighth place, Briley Lacey from Tom Bean FFA, bred by HF Genetics. In ninth place, Owen Helms, Ballinger FFA, bred by Helm Schwerther Show Pigs. And 10th place, Burke Waldrop, Delham Hartley County 4-H, bred by Walzer Farms.